Okay, I think finally ready to go here. Ready. Ooh, a little echo. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we're going to attempt to recreate a painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at Paul Cézanne and this famous painting, or one of the versions of this famous series, The Card Players from the 1890s. This one is from 1892-93. Thought to be probably the third version of this painting, or the third of 5 paintings, but probably the first of this exact composition. Not the most famous version, but the other versions are very similar. We'll talk all about this as we go here. I love Paul Cézanne's work. Paul Cézanne, one of the most influential artists of the late 1800s, early 1900s, often considered to be the father of modern art. And this is our third Cézanne episode, so I'm not going to talk too much about his biography today because I just want to really get to painting today. So let's look at the plan for today. We're going to look at how difficult today's painting might be if this is something you want to attempt to do. We'll talk about materials. We're going to do the image transfer and then Imprimatura. As I said, we'll talk briefly about Cézanne's biography and more specifically about today's painting and the series of card player paintings he did. And then we're going to launch right into it. Underpainting, background, foreground, background, foreground, background, foreground, background, foreground. And then we'll do our finishing touches. I'm hoping 4 or 5 hours we can wrap today's episode up entirely. That's always the goal. It's shorter than if possible, but it doesn't always work out that way. Oh, there's Sunny in the chat. There's Kathy there. Great way to combat the news. Yes, totally. There's crazy stuff going on in the world these days, for sure. So this is a great way to just disconnect from all that and do something creative with our time and energy. If you want to support the channel, there's a number of different ways you can do that. One is just hit the likes and subscribe button, the notification bell, so you don't miss future episodes. But if you want to support the channel with a small donation, and Kathy has been one of the outstanding supporters of the channel, thank you as always, Kathy. You can use the PayPal link there below, or you can scan it with your phone and it'll take you, or you can enter in that web address and it'll take you to the PayPal link, or you can safely, securely donate to the channel. That helps pay for the internet, the microphones, the new LaserJet printer I got here for these episodes, and I wouldn't be able to do it without people like yourself, so thank you for your continued support. If you want to donate in other ways, you can use my email address, which is on the Facebook group and on my website. All of those links are down there below. You can also send a check, money order, whatever like that. Again, contact me through my email. I don't put it here on YouTube because I'm just constantly bombarded by Russian bots. Again, however you want to support the channel, I'm grateful for that. I do want to just do a quick little shout out for the Facebook group. You can use that QR code or enter that web address and it'll take you to our Facebook group. About every 6 weeks or so, I do free feedback episodes where I go through everything on the Facebook group and give people free advice on how to improve, whether that's the drawing course that I did 4 years ago, or maybe it's your version of The Card Players by Cézanne. Maybe you're going to paint along with me today. That's what the Facebook group looks like. I was planning for past few months on doing a feedback episode today, but my daughter was up all night long and just threw her day out, so didn't go to school, so I didn't have time to sit down and prepare. It usually takes me like 8 or 9 hours to go through everything on the Facebook group, so we'll do that next week, and knock on wood, we'll be able to do it. Okay, so let's jump into the next thing there. Hi, Brian. Nice to see you. Sunny says, I'm subscribing. Thank you. Awesome. Let's look at the scale of difficulty and determine whether this is a painting that you want to do or you want to try to do, as just like I'm going to try to do this painting. So here's the scale of difficulty as I've determined it here. We've got your beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, and then expert. And we'll go through some of these just really quickly. Beginner is like the first time you've ever seen me, first time you've ever made a painting, and you're thinking, should I try to do this as my first ever painting? Maybe you're a novice and you've seen a few of these episodes, and maybe you've done some of the very first episodes as part of the Master Study series. You've maybe mixed the color wheel, you've got your own paints, and you've done maybe one or two of the episodes that I suggest doing to get started. I think that you could do okay. And then you got your intermediate, which, you know, most people spend their whole lives in that intermediate zone. And so that's, you know, you've done a number of paintings with me. You may even have started trying to do some of your own things. And then you might graduate to being a more advanced artist. This is somebody who's really probably making mostly your own artwork. You might be listening to me while you work on your own things and occasionally do one of these episodes, but you're kind of basically semi-pro or professional artist by that point. And then expert is like Cézanne himself, or any of the other great artists we've featured as part of the Master Study series. Most people will never reach this level. This is the top of the Mount Everest of art here. So I would say our painting, it's going to be hard to say. I would say it could even, I think you could do an okay version of this if this is one of your early paintings you do. I think most, though, I would recommend this as an intermediate painting. Certainly, if you're advanced, I think you'd have no problem doing this at all, but I would say intermediate, I feel pretty comfortable saying that. And even if you want to try it, I think you might be able to pull this off if this is an early painting. So there's our scale of difficulty. Now let's look at materials required to do this painting and most of the other 400 plus paintings we've done over the past nearly 5 years together. Now I've done an entire episode that's like an hour and a half talking very specifically about all sorts of materials, so I'm not going to go as deep as that today, but I just want to cover some of this stuff because not everyone has seen those episodes, and so this is a real quick Cole's Notes version of that video. I've created a whole supply guide. It's like a maybe 15-page PDF that you can download from the Dropbox folder. You can scan this QR code, enter in that web address. It's the very first folder at the top. We'll see that here in a moment. And that's got a list of stuff that you can print out and take with you to an art supply store and buy there if you want to do that. Or when you order online, you can look at it on your phone. Okay, so we're going to be painting with acrylic paints today on a 9x12 sized canvas board. Obviously you need paint brushes and paint and all that kind of stuff. Other things you could be using here, I don't know if we'll use any of this today, except I have primed this with a second layer of gesso and sanded it down a little bit. It's always a good idea to have some rags around. I've got a couple bins of them here within easy reach in case crazy unexpected stuff happens, and it always happens when you're not prepared. So the more prepared you are, less likely to have any problems. We're going to be using what's called the split primary palette, which means we've split the so-called primary colors in half. So we've got 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, plus white, and we can mix about 95% of the colors that your eye can see. The only colors we can't really mix are super saturated colors like fluorescence. But we can even mix our own black with those 6 tubes of paint. So I do have a black tube of paint, but I rarely use it because I really like mixing my own colors. The reason why I love the reason why I like using the split primary palette, and I didn't invent this approach but I've made it my mission to popularize it because I think, man, I wish I knew this when I was in high school or junior high school. Man, this would have saved me so much confusion when I was learning. I didn't learn this in undergraduate art school. I didn't learn it in graduate art school, and I've gone to some of the best art schools in the world. I'm really fortunate for that. But I didn't really find out about this until I was putting together my own lessons as a teacher, and I'm like, why is this not like the default common thing that every single person learns? Like in elementary school, this is just so intuitive. But one of the reasons why, as well, is it really emphasizes the importance of color temperature. And color temperature is really important for helping to create the illusion of space in your paintings. Because warm colors appear to advance, cool colors appear to recede. So when we use color temperature effectively, even if we're making an abstract painting, we can create the illusion of depth on a flat surface. So, and that also helps if you're making a painting of your dog or some mountains that you saw on a hike, and you're wondering, how do I make this painting? All you have to do is just ask yourself, where is the thing that I'm painting right now in space? Is it close to the viewer or far away? And that instantly simplifies your color choices and can really make for a really powerful painting, even if it's one of your first paintings. So we're going to use a little bit of that in today's painting for sure. Now, I'm going to flip through all of these colors. There's going to be about another 30 slides here in it, but I'm using this Amsterdam brand of paint. I'm not sponsored by them. I haven't been given a single dollop of free paint at any point over the past nearly 5 years. I go buy my paint just like everybody else. I do think this is your best bang for the buck, though. For this 250 milliliter size is about $18 Canadian, or maybe $13 American, and you could easily use a set of these paints, and if you're making, you know, 1 or 2 paintings a month, you'll easily be able to use this paint for maybe 2-3 years. So while it might seem like $150 is a lot of money to get started, it's going to keep you busy for several years, and that's a pretty good investment in terms of like a hobby. I think, you know, certainly you could spend less on, I don't know, soccer. I guess you could buy a soccer ball for $25, but then you got to get cleats and then register for a team and all this other stuff. So anyway, Amsterdam, here you could use golden, much higher grade paint, but you're probably not going to notice the difference. Here I'm just going to flip through all of these. So again, all of this is listed in the PDF that you can download in the Dropbox folder, and I haven't used all of these paints. Most of this is just me looking at the individual company's website and kind of using my experience to kind of narrow down what I would buy if I was buying from any of these different companies. You'll see here in a second, though, that there's a few brands like Museum Color, Peebo, Mary's, and Fevicryl, which I do not recommend. And that's because all of these brands add a extra couple heaps of titanium white, just essentially white paint, into the paint, and it as a kind of a filler to make the color more opaque in appearance. But really what it does is it transforms all these paints into pastels, which sometimes if you're just painting in pastels, great, but it also means it's impossible to make a black as I like to mix it here. So just a little bit of word of warning. I am, as I always say, really disappointed in Peebo because it's probably maybe the most commonly found brand of paint, at least in North America. So, you know, do better, Peebo, to, like, you know, work on your formulations so that, yeah. So let's jump into the next step. What I want to do now is do the image transfer. I want to take the image that I've created and I want to transfer it onto a canvas. So there's the original artwork, and then here's the outline that I did using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. I just brought it in there and traced over the lines, and you can download this for free from the Dropbox folder. So I'll just again bring that back up here. So you could scan this QR code here or enter in that web address, and once you do that, it'll take you, there's our Facebook group, it'll take you to a page that looks basically just like this, and you'll see again at the very top of this is the supply guide, and then our early lessons to kind of get started, and then there's, I don't know, 100 folders that are numbered or begin with numbers, and then there's a whole bunch of these ones that begin with numbers. We are in here. Now I'm going to be reorganizing these probably within the next few weeks. So hopefully it should be more intuitive, and you should be able to find each artist by their last name first. Anyway, if we go to at this moment, this folder 116, we're looking for the card players. And here's there's 3 files. You've got the original plus 2 versions of the outline. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF, whichever one you want to use or whatever is easier for you to print out. So let's get to it. So first thing is I'm going to tape this down. There are some straight lines in there, but I don't ever think Cézanne was too concerned with, level, making his artworks level. So even if this is slightly crooked, I think that'll be okay. We'll see when we get there. I mean, sometimes he might not be so concerned about it, but sometimes it drives me crazy. So we'll see if maybe that, I think that's really, because you can see the table, those are all crooked, so I can't imagine that being a problem, but we'll see. Okay, so what I've done here is used a piece of carbon paper, and carbon paper, for those of you old enough to remember, you know, when you used your credit card, and you went in that machine and you slide it over top and it took an impression. That's basically exactly what this material is. You can use carbon, graphite paper, charcoal paper. They're all essentially the same thing. They're not the same thing. There's obviously different materials, but they all do the same thing. There is a link in the description for to buy them off of Amazon. You can get a pack of, I think it's like 100 sheets of carbon paper for like 10-12 bucks. I think that's a pretty good deal. You'll be able to use that carbon paper for, you know, probably a year or more. I mean, well, because you can use each sheet maybe 5-6 times or more, and so, you know, 100 sheets, if you're using, you know, that's like 500 paintings or so you can get away with. So yeah, by the time you use all 500, that's a pretty good investment. Right, I'll just show the progress here. There we go. As you're looking at this painting, you're like, wow, this is like so blocky and angular, and, you know, it kind of reminds me of like a cubist painting. Well, you would be very correct in saying that, because Cézanne was amongst the favorite artists of a couple of artists who went on to invent Cubism. A guy named Georges Braque and his good friend Pablo Picasso. You may have heard of him. He's kind of a pretty obscure artist. So they were obsessed with Cézanne's work, and they saw Cézanne as kind of as working in a way that was totally different, really, than what anyone else had been doing for really ever. And really, had it not been for Picasso and Braque, Cézanne probably would be a forgotten artist by this point. We'll talk about his career, obviously, for a little bit, but especially towards the end of Cézanne's life, he was kind of seen as like the crazy guy in the house on the corner who his work was ridiculed mercilessly by the critics, and so just at the very, very end of his life was he sort of appreciated by that next generation of younger artists. Just trying to see, is there any major things missing? Okay. I know there's something I'm missing. What I end up, when I do this, I just sort of like flipping back and forth, looking at the same area, trying to see if there's like an arm missing or something. I think that's good. Okay. Sunny says, I use normal paper and it still works for some reason. Interesting. Wonder, I've never heard it. I can't even quite imagine how that would work, but maybe you must have the magical touch there, Sunny. Okay. Let me just look at this back in here. Okay, come on. Time for a sip of tea. So we've got the image transferred to the canvas. So the next thing I want to do is what's called the Imprimatura. It's probably the most fun art word to say, the Imprimatura, right? And essentially this is a approach to painting that has existed for about 600 plus years, popularized by Renaissance artists like Leonardo and Michelangelo. Here's on the screen, there are some reasons why you may want to do this. I've been doing this for years. I love the results it gets. I think especially if you're a beginner artist, one of the things I love the most is it can really instantly elevate your work without you having to do much to it. It just makes it like, oh, there's something a little bit more complex going on here. What did you do? And I think if you're a beginner artist, you're kind of looking for any kind of way to help make your paintings just a little bit better. So that's one reason why you could use this. So I'll just show you what I've done here. I've got some of my warm yellow, and I've just put a little bit of it on there, and I've got maybe 30% water, 30 to 40% water. Half and half is okay, but I think you probably don't want to go too much beyond half and half, because really this is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint. You just think you use water to clean your brushes when it comes to acrylic. So the more water you're mixing into the paint, the more vulnerable that paint can become to not adhering properly to the canvas or paper or glass or whatever surface you're painting on. The reason why I use water when I'm doing this is that essentially, the canvas right now has gesso on it, which is essentially acrylic paint, or white acrylic paint with white plaster powder mixed into it. And the goal here of that is to stabilize the surface as well as to fill in the weave on the canvas. And so most of these kind of canvases come pre-gessoed and then wrapped in plastic. I usually just take it out of the plastic, apply another coat of gesso, let it dry overnight, and then sand it down the next day to get a nice smooth surface. And then I just go and brush it in here. One of the things I think is most effective is that this paint will fill in a lot of the texture of the canvas, so that if there's gaps in between your colors, rather than there being white there, you've got another color. I like that other color to be really bright, like yellow. Some people use a pink Imprimatura, or green, or blue, or orange. Some artists use fluorescent colors nowadays. Traditionally, artists like Leonardo used a kind of yellowish brown color. Michelangelo used a yellowish green color. Then there's, throughout history, all sorts of different schools and opinions on this concept. Oh, okay. Maybe I misunderstood, Sunny. So you're talking about you paint on normal paper. I thought you were using normal paper for the image transfer to as like instead of carbon paper. I think that's right. Brian says, I'm currently doing some box rotation exercises, and having this as background noise, it really does help, and it gets me to introduce to painting as well. Oh, Sunny says I get really light lines. I could see that. Very sweet, Kathy, as always. Thank you. Okay. Now, let's just before I move on, I just want to take a look at the original. And let's just see if we can see, because I'm just contemplating, do I want to add another color over this or not? So I want to, just looking at this, trying to see what kind of Imprimatura, if any, did he use. Man, that is tough to see. I don't know if I can see. Let's look, we're going to talk about these later, but this is the first one, second one. Okay, this is I think this one might give us more of an idea of Cézanne's process here. You can see here the stretched can. Oh shoot! Ah, sorry, this wasn't on camera. I'm just zooming in to look at this painting and some of the areas where the paint, the canvas or Imprimatura is showing through, and it does look like it's got a bit of a kind of khaki type of color. Let's just see this one in Musée d'Orsay. This is the only one where I feel like I can see anything. We can't really see it in the version we're working on today. So, the big question in my mind is, do I paint a brown or khaki color over top of this? Or just go right into it? I could even conceivably see doing this with like an orange color, because you can really see there's a lot of orange in this painting. I don't know. Oh, so jerky trying to decide. I think I am going to put another layer. Okay, so let's blow dry this. I could probably easily get away with it like this, but I'm gonna mute the microphone here. Brian says, Michael really is Kathy. His drawing lessons are really simple and really helpful, and is the reason why I got back into drawing, putting myself to draw every day with simple exercises and challenging myself. One of my goals this year is to learn some level of human drawing and poses. Awesome. Sunny says, same. That's so cool. Thank you, guys. That's so sweet of you to say. Oh. Well, I'm going to be doing some drawing, Master Study episodes focusing on drawing in a few months. So stay tuned for that if you want to learn some more specific things about drawing. Okay, I was going to do kind of a khaki color over top of this, but I'm just going to go, let's just move forward. Let's let's leave it like that and let that yellow, that bold color come through. And so while this continues to dry, while this finishes drawing the Imprimatura, let's talk a little bit about the life and times of Paul Cézanne, and then specifically about today's painting. Now, I have done 2 previous episodes focusing on Paul Cézanne, so I'm not gonna spend too much time today. And I know some of you are listening like, oh really? So it's only going to be an hour-and-a-half long discussion as opposed to 3 hours. No. I think I'm going to, because, yeah. Okay. So Paul Cézanne is born in 1839 and passes away in 1906 at age 67. And he's born in a town called Aix-en-Provence, which is a really cool little town in the southern France. Here, let's just zoom out for context. So here's the country of France, and you've got Spain on the bottom left there, Germany, Switzerland, and Italy. And, whoops, right down here in the bottom, towards Marseille, is this town of Aix-en-Provence. And Aix-en-Provence was basically where Paul Cézanne lived for, I would say, like 95% of his life. Born, raised there, ends up working there most of his life, and dying in that same town. He does leave for short periods of time, but ultimately he's probably the artist most closely identified with Aix-en-Provence. And if you ever go visit Aix-en-Provence, as I have myself, they've done a pretty good job of honoring him. There's plaques everywhere showing where he painted and with examples of the work he made there, so you can really it's a great place to kind of walk around. This town isn't huge. I don't know how many people are. I would say, how big is Aix-en-Provence? Let's say, I'm going to say there's maybe 60,000 people live in Aix-en-Provence. How many? Oh, 145,000, so I was about half right. And where's his house? Okay, there it is. So his house is kind of on this hillside, and highly recommended you go visit it. His studio's been preserved. It sort of looks like he just stepped out for lunch, and all of his materials are still there on the easel, and they have all of the original still life materials, because he painted a lot of still lifes, so they have all these bottles and fake oranges and things on these shelves that he used to make his paintings. It's a beautiful location. You can understand why he probably didn't, it would be a great place to live and work. He's got the studios with beautiful high ceilings with the light kind of pouring right in. And yeah, so if you're ever in the neighborhood, certainly go visit that out. You can see that basically how many Cézanne related things there are, and he's buried down here. Aix-en-Provence, also there's a big mountain. Mont Saint-Victoire, where's Mont Saint-Victoire? It kind of looms over the horizon, kind of like the Rocky Mountains do in my hometown of Calgary, Alberta. Let's... So Mont Saint Victoire is in the background of like virtually every single Paul Cézanne paintings. For some reason, I guess I'm just turned around a little bit. I thought it would have been in that direction, but I guess it's over here, obviously. Yeah. So anyway, let's continue on. What do I want to talk about today? As I said, I've talked about his work before. You know, Cézanne, who is, you know, I think there's a number of reasons why artists like Georges Braque and Picasso fell in love with Cézanne's work. In some ways, it was because of the fact that Cézanne had relatively little success during his lifetime. You know, he was like the ultimate underdog, a guy forging his own pathway that certainly was not appreciated by the intelligentsia, the art establishment. The critics routinely wrote scathing, brutal reviews about Cézanne's work, often describing him as lazy, sloppy, ignorant, completely devoid of talent or skill, ability. Because one of the things that we see a lot in Cézanne's work are these compositions in which the perspective seems off or wrong. And like an example like this, where this table feels like it's kind of one leg is broken, and all these these oranges are about to roll off the table. You often see these, you know, perspective is just everything looks kind of unstable. And Cézanne, I'm sure, learned about perspective, and as any artist of his time would have done, it was absolutely required knowledge if you were an art student back in the day. Today, maybe not so much, I think, unfortunately. But so the question has always been, like, what was Cézanne doing? Like, why would he defy convention so dramatically? Like, what would have provoked him to ignore one of the most basic so-called rules in painting? And if we remember, and I've talked about this many, many times, like, Cézanne comes up as an artist kind of at the birth of what we call like modern art or modernism. He's kind of slightly younger generation than the Impressionist painters were, and yet and exhibited a little bit with the Impressionists, but was never really formally a member of the Impressionist movement. And so the Impressionists were really about flouting convention themselves and challenging the rules, because for 500 plus years before the Impressionists, the standard was academic art. It was, you basically learn these principles, many of which were based on the work of artists like Leonardo and Michelangelo, with the great Renaissance masters. And so to be a good artist, according to the Academy, was you basically studied them until everything they had to say became, absorbed into your bloodstream. And so the idea was that an artist would be following in those academic traditions. The Impressionists are the ones who start kind of breaking from that, start questioning that, and like, well, what if we do, this a little bit differently? And I often think, like, the way the Impressionists, I don't know if they did this consciously, but it feels to me like somebody wrote out a list of all of the stylistic, technical features of academic painting and said, okay, what's the opposite of this? And then they made a second list and then followed that list. And so I'm sure Cézanne was, you know, deeply influenced by that kind of mindset of like, okay, we're in this revolutionary period where we're just throwing the playbook out the door. And but as I said, he's kind of running in this parallel track to the Impressionists. The Impressionists were really focused on immediacy of, and most of them were some of the very first artists to go and paint outside, en plein air, or outside in the open, right? So literally taking their tools, going and sitting in a park and making a painting of their friends and family, kids playing in the tall grass and flowers, stuff that was seen as completely ridiculous to the older generation, because they would say, why would anybody want a painting of your wife and kids? Like, they're not important people. Like, make a painting of Napoleon. That's something people care about, or the king, or whatever. But I mean, these are just nobodies, right? Or, you know, so so the Impressionists were about trying to capture kind of the, maybe one might even say, this newer middle class that was forming during the kind of beginnings of the Industrial Revolution, and painting quickly, just the same way that travel and manufacturing were speeding up with assembly lines and factories, trains chugging across the countryside for the first time. But Cézanne did most of his painting indoors. He did, I mean, and we'll talk about how he died. He did, basically directly from going outside to paint is what caused his death. But he was, I think, still, even so, how would you, like, he was kind of painting in the same looser approach that the Impressionists used, but at the same time absolutely obsessed with composition and how he would organize and arrange the various different imagery on the canvas. And that's a big major feature of academic art. Like, in an academic painting, again, like anything by Leonardo, let's just say Leonardo is like the high point of academic art, or what academic art strive to do subsequently. Really, the main focus would be developing a really strong composition where everything was, you know, worked in like a fine watch. Like, all the gears are in exactly the right place. Every expression and head is turned and pointing in very specific places. It's very highly organized. The Impressionists were just like, go stand over there and lay down in that grass and I'll make a painting of you, right? And obviously they've internalized some of those compositional strategies of the because they were all academically trained, but they certainly didn't spend nearly as long planning out their compositions as the previous generations did. Cézanne, on the other hand, still kind of was like one foot in both kinds of camps, and there's been a lot of stuff written about this, especially Earl Laurent Cézanne's okay, that's not showing up. That's too small. Let's go back here. Okay, so this is a very famous book by an author, Earl Laurent, called Cézanne's Composition. I remember when I was in art school, we didn't have to read this, but it was cited a number of times as a If you're really interested in composition, this is sort of like your geek out type of approach, where this guy, after Cézanne died, went through all of Cézanne's paintings, trying to kind of understand the approach Cézanne was after. He created all of these wonderful diagrams, which may or may not be exactly what Cézanne was thinking about. Let's see if we can guess. Okay. Let's see if there's this web. So there's all sorts of wonderful diagrams that Laurent created, which were later kind of incorporated by Roy Lichtenstein as some pop art paintings in the 60s and 70s, which are really wonderful. But essentially kind of trying to show where these different perspectives are happening. And that's why artists like, my goodness, why is this artist just name escaping me? St. George and the Dragon by Paolo Uccello. Okay, so this painting here, we did this maybe, I don't know how many, maybe a month or so ago. But Paolo Uccello, who was a contemporary of Leonardo, was kind of famously used many different points of view, and really didn't obey the laws of perspective as they were being written. And that Paolo Uccello was sort of relegated to a footnote in history because of that. There's like, this guy has lost his mind. He's not playing by the rules. And it's not really until Cézanne comes back on the scenes and kind of picks up where Uccello left off, and kind of, again, starts having these multiple points of views in one composition that artists like Braque and Picasso are like, oh my goodness, mind blown. Like, we don't have like this, the quote unquote tyranny of the one point perspective or the singular vantage point. Now we can have multiple, like as if you're like you're walking around a sculpture looking at something and seeing objects from multiple points of views. Anyway, what else? Oh, so this is a photograph of Cézanne's studio. This is how it looks right now if you go visit it. Let's see, is there another? Like, I would say when I went to Aix-en-Provence, for me it was like kind of a stop on the way further south in this, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, after I had this really successful art show. I just took all the money and went for like 2 months and went and visited all of my favorite artists' hometowns and studios and things like that. And I was sort of like, I liked Cézanne, but it's somehow like going into that studio and seeing everything made me like really appreciate his work in a much, in this way that I don't know. I often feel like learning about an artist makes me reevaluate their work in a very different way, which is often why I do these long, extended conversations about their work, because it I don't know, I just find it super fascinating learning about the backstory behind their work and what motivated them to create the work that they did. Okay, so here's a paint. This is Mont Saint-Victoire. That you can see this from Cézanne's house and studio. There's, as I said, this is basically kind of from the opposite side of this valley, where his house is on the side of the valley. And Mont Saint-Victoire is in so many of his paintings. What else do I want to say? You know, Cézanne, his father wanted Cézanne to become a lawyer or a government bureaucrat, kind of like himself. Cézanne tried to do that, went to law school, hated every minute of it, and eventually devoted himself to making art, and kind of the rest is history. But I think there was kind of, in the same way like Van Gogh, this kind of lifelong shame of having maybe disappointed his father. Maybe that's one reason why Cézanne never really went beyond, like, didn't really travel too much. He always, I think he just yeah, it's interesting. I'm just thinking off the top of my head, like, how would that have affected him, that kind of, that disappointment by his father, I think was a major part of who he was. It kind of made him a lifelong introvert. Again, I'm not saying that specifically, but certainly contributed to, I think, big feelings of inadequacy. On the other hand, I think because he kind of felt like a bit of an outcast, of not kind of fitting in, not doing what he was supposed to be doing, in some way that inoculated him from having to follow the rules of academic art. He's like, well, you know, if I'm not, you know, if all I can do is screw things up, well, I'm probably never going to be a great academic painter. So I might as well just do whatever I want to do, and, you know, no one's going to like whatever I do anyway, so I might as well just, you know, do what I want to do. Maybe, I don't know. I'm kind of projecting a lot. Let's see. Like, here's just reading this. So even though Cézanne was getting more recognition by that younger generation, like Picasso and Braque, he still was just like, the level of hate coming his way from the intelligentsia was brutal, right? Like, talk about, there were hateful press releases, threatening letters sent to his house. You know, some of those, that older generation of artists, some of them thought of, like, Cézanne as like the Antichrist, who was just like introducing these like blasphemous ideas into the drinking water of art, and poisoning future generations of artists with his with these terrible ideas of disobeying the rules of perspective, and the way that he applied paint kind of in these kind of, you know, how would you say, like, choppy brushstrokes. Like, so here's another example. Rochefort, this critic, wrote how spectators supposedly burst into fits of laughter when they saw his paintings. People, like the people of Aix-en-Provence, kind of felt like Cézanne was bringing the town shame, because whenever these paintings would be exhibited in places like Paris or Marseille, they'd be talking about, like, you know, this idiot from the countryside, from Aix-en-Provence, who just keeps flooding, you know, the world with this trash, right? And so these people in the town are just like, dude, just stop painting. You're like, you're like the most well-known person from our town, and everybody hates what you're making. So you're embarrassing us all. Just go away. Stop it. All right. And but to his credit, you know, he didn't care. He just kept doing his thing. So again, that's why I think people like Picasso and Braque were just like, wow, this guy's sort of like a painter's painter, a term which sort of gets thrown around a little bit, but it's this idea of an artist who's just painting for the sake of painting, isn't concerned with fame or wealth or critical recognition, is just like on a single track, and that, I think, for people like Picasso, was kind of inspiring. That was kind of like, man, this guy's hardcore. He's just, he's willing to take all the slings and arrows and everything coming his way, because he's got a vision and he's going to execute it regardless. So Cézanne passes away at age 67. His final sort of weeks are kind of tragic, because he was doing some paintings outside. He was painting in a field near his house when a storm came down, pouring rain. He got completely soaked and eventually just like passed out. He collapsed, lost consciousness, and just so happened that a guy, with a horse-drawn laundry cart comes by and sees this kind of like clump of wet clothes kind of laying next to the road, and throws him in the back. And it turns out he had hypothermia, and from that contracted pneumonia. And treatment back then was kind of wanting, to say the least. So they basically took him home, gave him a warm bath, and then a couple days later he's up painting again. He's writing letters to people asking them to send more paint, because he's got paint on order, it hasn't arrived, and he's getting frustrated. But shortly after, he collapses again, and basically slowly dies over the next few days. So from October 15th till is when he collapsed in the field from pneumonia or from hypothermia, until he dies a week later. So kind of a tragic little ending there, but in a way it's also once again reinforces the myth of Cézanne, of this guy who does not care at all about what anybody thinks, not even about his art or his health, and is out there kind of braving the elements, painting in a storm, in a full-on downpour, painting until he literally passes out and collapses. And when he wakes up, the first thing in his mind is getting back to work again, and then collapsing in his studio again for the last time. And so there's that idea of this, he died doing what he wanted to do. He died without having sacrificed his vision. He always remained true to himself, never changed despite the pressures from the critics and the people in his own town. So that that stubbornness was something that the young avant-garde just loved. They saw him as, especially when artists, because it wasn't just Picasso and Braque, but people like Henri Matisse and the Fauve artists, all of these different avant-garde groups that kind of sprung up in the early 1900s really, I think, saw Cézanne as sort of their patron saint, because when they started getting that vitriolic criticism themselves, they were like, you know what, if Cézanne can do it, we can do it. And by then, Cézanne had been sort of canonized, reappraised, and those other groups were groups of artists. It wasn't just one guy working away in some town in the south of France all by himself. You've got 10, 20 guys, mostly men, working in these groups following their own ideas. So it was like they were like a band of brothers who kind of were unified. And yeah, so I think that was there's definitely kind of a mythology around Cézanne, especially by that younger generation. Let's see. Just before we move on and start making or working on today's painting, I just want to talk a little bit about the series of paintings Cézanne did focusing on people playing cards, because the work we're doing today was not the first of this series. It was one of a number of paintings he did. So I'll bring up the Wikipedia page here. So basically Cézanne starts this series in the early 1890s. I think he finishes about 1895, 1896 or so. So for about 5 years, this is one of the themes that is one of the major focuses of Cézanne's life during the period of the 1890s. And really, you know, he dies in 1906. So this is really one of the very last series of artworks that he creates. For some people, the card players are the high point of Cézanne's life, where many of his ideas about art are distilled into these essentially 5 main paintings, and then the number of kind of studies he did around them. Let's go back to, I've brought these in here. So let's take a look at, this is considered to be the first painting, the card player painting that he did. And in this one's at the Philadelphia, or the Barnes Foundation in Philadelphia. I think this is a big painting too. Well, I can't remember how big, I don't have the dimensions of it here, but in this painting we've got these 3 guys playing cards, plus this little boy in the background, and this guy maybe waiting his turn leaning against the wall. You know, it's often thought that, you know, these figures in the background are intended to be there, maybe, or later additions that Cézanne included to help increase the sense of depth in the painting, and to also activate maybe the top third or so of the canvas, because you can imagine without that guy there being there, that there's not a lot of other interesting things happening in this space, that most of it would be in the bottom or center of the canvas. So this is the first iteration, and then here we've got the second version here, which is at the Met in New York. You can see that he's eliminated the little boy back here, and once again just focusing on these figures. We can even maybe start to see where some, well, I guess I was going to say the distortions are actually happen at the beginning. Like, just look at this guy's kind of jacket, and how, especially when we go to this one, it just seems, well, it seems like that guy is wearing a big jacket. You know, it seems pretty clumsy to wear something like that. It must have been really cold in that room. It's so bulky that doesn't seem like the kind of thing you'd want to wear while you're playing cards. But so this is the second version of the composition. You see Cézanne has also simplified it. You know, there was a little shelf back here in the previous painting. There was, you know, a painting or a mirror up there. Cézanne has kind of simplified that, gotten rid of those details, so the room is more sparse. I mean, basically we just have these little pipes hanging on the wall. One of the things that people often talk about with these card player paintings, the description has been, it's like a living still life. That, you know, Cézanne painted still lifes. The basic things he did were painting still lifes, landscapes. There was some images of like bathers, these nude women in the kind of parks or near, you know, in these bucolic landscapes, which was, you know, a genre of painting that really existed for hundreds and hundreds of years. And he did paint people, he did paint portraits, but it's often seen that these paintings are sort of like, I mean, they are paintings of people, but they could also be paintings of oranges and fruit and cups and bowls on a table, right? There's not a lot of movement or action. And prior to Cézanne, like, this whole idea of people playing cards was a very popular subject for painting for, you know, I don't know, going back to maybe the late Renaissance. You would, and often these paintings would be kind of dramatic scenes. There might be people playing cards, but they might be in a tavern and all sorts of other activity going around, like a bar fight in one corner. There might be, you know, their pockets being picked in another corner. You know, somebody being passed out and somebody's robbing the drunkard and taking his boots off and, you know, going through his pockets. You know, just like lots of, you know, and not only that, there'd also be lots of bottles of beer and wine spilt all over the place. And so one of the things people talk about with these Cézanne paintings is that they're kind of boring, at least in terms of the inner drama or action within the composition. Like, we don't see, like, these guys are all just looking down at their cards. Their expressions are relatively blank. It's not like they're arguing because somebody is, you know, cheated, or somebody just won and everyone's upset because now they've lost all their money. They're just very, very still, which again kind of defied the conventions for this particular genre of painting. Right? So it feels like just some waiting around, very kind of quiet painting. No one's talking, no one's mouth is open, no one's drinking anything. The people, and so, okay, so that's this. So there's our first painting, second painting. It's believed that today's painting we're going to do here was the third version of this, and the largest one. So this is basically, you know, over 1 meter wide. It's a big painting. And then you've got, this is believed to be the fourth version, and then the fifth version. This one here, the fifth one, is probably the most widely reproduced. It's at the Musée d'Orsay in Paris. The fourth one, that's in the Courtauld Institute in London. And today's painting is owned by the Qatari royal family and was purchased in 2011 for over $250 million. And for the next 6 years after its sale, it was the most expensive artwork ever bought or sold. It was later on superseded by a few other paintings, but still I think remains in the top 5, 6 most expensive paintings ever bought. And its whereabouts right now is uncertain. It's probably hanging in a room in Qatar somewhere in the royal family's one of their many houses. And so maybe let's just take, so that's the kind of the first one where, okay, so we got 1, 2, 3. So you can see with this third painting, he's eliminated the third card player and the other guy that was standing behind them, and obviously the little boy who was eliminated in the previous painting. So he keeps kind of paring things down. One thing we do have is this bottle of wine that sort of appears in the background, but it's the corks in it, or it hasn't been opened. So, you know, again, it's not like they have big goblets of wine behind them, or in their hands. They still remain quite passive kind of characters. There's the fourth painting. This one does, you know, we were looking at this earlier because I was looking for the Imprimatura. This one feels like the most kind of rough version, right? It feels very loosely painted. Probably he did this one in a matter of maybe a day or 3 or 4 hours. And then the final version, which some people prefer the most. But it's kind of interesting to see this evolutionary progression from this paint over just a period of about less than 4 years, where, you know, the things are quite well articulated. They're brighter paintings. There's a lot more detail in them. Right, this one is actually really beautiful. I like how kind of it's a little bit smoother, less geometric, less cubist, one might say. And then today's painting, I think we start to see where it starts to get a little bit goes back into a bit more of a geometric type of approach until it culminates with this one. And, you know, we do see all sorts of weird distortions, like these figures, like their arms feel maybe a little bit too long or short, right? This guy's like neck, like his head feels kind of smaller, right? I don't know if he's got a hunch in his back or something, but it's very odd. All of these are very odd. And if you're someone, I think I saw some talk about proportions and human poses earlier in the chat there. Cézanne, if you're feeling self-conscious about the quality of your drawings or paintings of people, then maybe you should do some Cézanne paintings, because he seemingly could have cared less about proportion or accuracy in any way whatsoever. He's being very cavalier about trying to quote-unquote accurately portray reality, at least in the photographic sense, right? They're very hyper stylized paintings, which is one of the things people hated about them, but also why some people loved them, because he's not trying to paint the world as the camera saw it. He's trying to paint the world as he saw it, and that's quite a radical thing for the time. You know, again, that's today is not a big deal. People don't really think twice about making a painting that is really just based upon your own subjective experience of the world. Most artists do that now without thinking about it. But back then, that was a real serious choice. It was even kind of a political choice, right? You're making a statement by doing that at this particular time in art history. You're essentially, by making a painting like this, rejecting the teachings of your teachers and the previous generation and maybe 500 years of art history. So, yeah, it's a dramatic act to do something like this. So, you know, as we work on this painting, you know, if you're feeling like, I mean, the colors in this version we're going to be looking at are maybe a little bit more muted than the subsequent versions. So, you know, the final version here is a little bit more colorful. So I'll just tell you right off the top, I might lean into adding a little bit more color, brightening up some of these, getting a little bit of more of these greens and purples and browns in the painting, whereas this version's a little bit more on the bluish side. Okay. Oh, there's Stephanie's in the chat. Katie. Okay. Wow. Katie's babysitting a puppy. No chance she'll chill out long enough for me to paint. That's pretty funny. Kathy's painting a Van Gogh painting. Katie says, learning perspective is brutal, but I'm getting better. Brian says, yeah, it really is. I recently did some project drawings of perspective. Did first point, 2-point perspective of 2 rooms. Perspective is one of the most important foundations for poses. I struggle with it too, but practice really helps. So, again, you know, if you're struggling with perspective, you can try to master it and really try to wrap your head around it. But then, on the other hand, you could be someone like Cézanne who's like, yeah, you know what? I'm okay if it gets a little bit weird, and maybe I'm going to amplify the weirdness of this and embrace the non-traditional use of perspective, or omit it entirely. Hi, Stephanie. I like to watch and listen, then try the study. I always love to hear the background artist story, the history. Kathy says, I love the histories too. Awesome. Okay, so let's, okay, not too bad. It's still longer than I hoped, but always the case. Underpainting. Do I want to do underpainting? I have mentioned in the past that underpainting is one of those art terms that describes, you know, a technical process, a step in the creation of a painting that is used in many different ways by artists throughout the past 500 years. Some artists use it to basically describe, you know, the Imprimatura process, and while they're doing that, instead of just applying one color across the canvas, they might apply 5 different major bold colors throughout there, or big shapes of colors. Some people describe the underpainting as essentially kind of like underdrawing, like maybe sketching the painting in with your paintbrush. Wouldn't surprise me if Cézanne did a lot of that when he was painting. And then there's the way that I often think about it, as a way of just sort of painting in a few lines that I might be afraid might disappear as I'm painting on it. So let's just look at the original. I don't think I'm going to do that. But if you're wondering, it could be helpful if you're really afraid that when you start painting and that some of like the details, like where eyes and noses, fingers and things could disappear, you may want to do a bit of underpainting. I'm just going to launch right into the painting. And I'm going to allow it to potentially cover up some of those details. And then as I'm painting it, bring those details back, but maybe not worry so much about accuracy. So the next step then would be to do the background, start in the background, and to apply some color there, maybe not refined painting, but just sort of laying in some big solid areas of paint. So if we look at this painting, I'm just trying to think of what colors I could put in here. I see there's these browns and blues. And they're obviously pretty dark as well. So I'm just going to start putting paint on my palette here. So I'm making a mixture for yellow or for black right there. So let's mix up. My nose is itchy, but I think it's a stray hair from my mustache. Keeps rubbing up against my nose. That's one of those things that, unless you've got a mustache, you may never quite understand. The quiet suffering of the mustachioed man. So what I've done here is I used some cool blue and cool yellow and warm red. And if I get the ratios of those three colors right, I can make my own black. Now, I'm not sure how well that comes across on screen, but to me that looks kind of brownish. And I think that's because there's not enough blue in there, that there's enough red, warm red, and cool yellow. So I'm just going to add a little bit more blue than I expected. There we go. So I'm just looking at the original, trying to think of how would he have done that. My initial instinct was just to make a really dark blue and paint it everywhere. But now I look at that and it looks like maybe I should paint kind of a bluey gray and then put a darker color over top of it. Okay, let's just do that. Let's dive right in. Let's do this right here. So I'm going to take white and black. That's a little bit intense, but if you've been with me long enough, you know I don't mind a little bit of extra colors being a little bit brighter. And you know what? The color I've just mixed feels like I need to put a little bit of warm blue in here as well. You know, I want to put a bit of cool red in here. I feel it's like a little bit of a purple. There we go. I think that's. I'm going to put a bit more cool red in here. That's better. Okay, let's put even more cool red in here. Now, is that too dark? A little bit more white. Maybe a bit more blue. Let's just start painting. We'll never get it right the first time anyway. You know what? Let's just cover this whole thing up. Here I'm trying to like... Just take me forever. So I'm just going to paint the brown that's in this painting right over top of this blue. just slopping this color in. And that's probably not the way Cézanne painted. I think he would have done this much more carefully. I just want to progress through this initial stage as quickly as possible. Okay. So you see how I've just, boom, gone in there and just laid that color in very, very quickly. You know, I could have gone in and spent another hour very carefully trying to paint the brown around there. The brown will easily go over top of that color. It might be a little bit darker. I'll just add a little bit of white into it. So, you know, I think that's okay for our first little bit there. Off here real quick. These rags I'm using right now, this is my daughter's old pajamas that she can't fit in anymore because she's all grown up. Well, she's only 5, but that's, for me, it's like, it's either just, you know, they're covered in stains and paint and stuff from us playing around, and so they'd probably just throw it in the trash if I tried to donate it, but it feels kind of nice, like, I'm using it as part of my painting process. So every time I wash my brushes, I'm thinking about my daughter. And that feels like a much better use of that, rather than just, they're going to end up in the landfill anyway. I might as well use them for a creative purpose, right? Okay. So let's do some brown now. Let's make a cool brown. So let's take, I think I'm gonna mix directly into this color. So I'm gonna take my cool red, my cool yellow, mix this together, and I'm gonna allow this kind of bluish gray to get on my brush. Okay, so just gonna clean this brush off right now. I like having my brushes like clean and ready to go when I'm painting with acrylic paint, so that when I'm like, now I gotta clean this brush and wait a couple seconds. I'm like, it's like doing surgery. I want to be able to, like, whatever, forceps, scalpel, and I just boom, go right into the painting. And plus the other thing too is, after I've cleaned them, they can sit here and dry a little bit, which I kind of like my brushes maybe to be a little bit dry and not to be dripping wet with water, because that's going to dilute the paint a little bit. Okay, so I've maybe made things a little bit trickier for myself because I don't have my lines anymore. They've been covered up by this blue, but I don't think it's the end of the world. So let's take a look. We've got kind of by his hat here. We've got this brown kind of going right up. Probably should have blow dried all this, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this in a moment. While I'm right here. Maybe I'm just gonna let's paint. Let's just have a little bit of fun painting this, and then I'll blow dry it. So you can see my lines are kind of crooked, but hey, so were his, right? So, often when I would do this normally, I would just put put tape down to try to get a straight, consistent line. And I might do that after I blow dry this a little bit, maybe. You can see that line is kind of crooked, just like his. Yeah, I might. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry it because I think I might do a little bit more blue or brown. Sorry, over top of this. Okay, I'm gonna mix it just a lighter green here, or not green, brown. Make this a bit more kind of orangey, maybe a tiny bit of white in here. I'm gonna go back the other way with some of this blue. Let's mix a bit of white in here. So I'm just kind of going around now, thinking like, where's some of the lighter highlights in the background? Okay. So adding more cool red into a few places. I might have to come back and paint that separately again. Okay, I think that's probably good. Oh, there's Deborah says, "Hi everyone, I'm coming in late. Sorry, I had some things to finish. This is one of my favorite paintings." Awesome, Deborah. Me too. Great minds think alike, I guess. Eh? Okay, do I want to, my little thought in my mind, do I want to block in the foreground figures next, or darken the background? I think I'm going to go to the foreground, and then we'll come back to the background. I think that's the way I'm going to do that. Usually, well, yeah, that's what I want to do here. So, because the background does have to get darker, but we'll do it in time. Now that we've got our background started, let's start on the foreground, and we'll basically fill in most of where the yellow Imprimatura is currently, and then we're going to go back and finish the background, and then obviously come back and finish the foreground. But this will allow us to better appreciate or understand the way the colors are working in here without getting obsessed with getting it right the first time, because I might have to do a lot of changes in the background. I don't know. And I don't want to waste any time. I want to just move forward. So let's start here. Deborah says, "I love how he uses the primary colors of blue and red and white to make the painting pop." I agree. Very, very nice contrast of color, but also with value. Absolutely. Todd says, "I just started going through your beginner's drawing course. I got to the 5th video so far and saw this live video. Thanks for the excellent teaching." Thanks, Todd. That's so cool. I'm glad that we're here sharing this space together right now. And good luck on the drawing class. Upload your work, because next week, I think about this same time, we're going to be doing our next feedback episode. So if you want some feedback on your drawings. Chase says, "Hey man, I've been gone for a while. Nice new background." Yes, whole new studio too. Awesome. So let's do the foreground here. So let's get this set up. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use some warmer colors for the foreground. So let's take our warm blue. Now I think it's very similar to the color he used for the background. I'm going to make it a little bit different though, just to kind of help with the color temperature kind of approach that I like to use. So I'm going to take my warm blue, a little bit of cool blue, some black and white to kind of get this gray. Though I think I'm going to make it definitely more warm blue dominant here. I'm going to put a bit more white in there because it's struggling to overpower that yellow. I don't know if you can see me. I'll zoom in here. Because rather than sort of, again, I didn't do a underpainting. So I'm just sort of leaving a little gap between these shapes. go to this guy here. Now, how do I want to do that? I'm going to make it a little bit more of a purple color. It's quite a, it's pretty dramatic. In fact, let's put this. I'm just going to use the same color for that. Some white here. I'm just going to use the kind of the brown that I had earlier for this guy's hat. Sonny says, "You're a really good painter." Well, I appreciate that. It's very sweet of you. But I'm learning from the best, right? That's what this whole series is all about, is looking at these great masters and studying their work. The more of these paintings I do, the better painter I do become, because I'm walking around in their footsteps for a little bit. It really, really helps. Like, my own ability has gone through the roof compared to where I was when I started these. What should we do? Let's mix a skin tone here. Now, his skin tone is definitely abstracted from reality, so we're going to take some warm yellow, warm red, and normally actually we would put some blue in here, but look how orangey. We put a little bit of blue, a little bit of white in here, but I think I'm just gonna go right in with this kind of orange. Use the same color not only for the skin but for the table. going to just use this dark blue that I used for the clothing. I'm just going to put that right in the hair here. This wine bottle, I'm going to take my warm yellow, make it green, maybe add a bit of white in here. Texture, just brush that away. So I'm really happy now. I've got all of the painting started. Every little bit of it's got paint on it, ready for me to start refining things. And while if we see on camera there, obviously things look different, but now I feel like I'm well placed. All kind of my foundational colors are there. And now I can kind of noodle around and have a lot of fun playing with different things without worrying about you know, there being lots of yellow or Imprimatura coming through in places. So this feels great. I will say that this is probably very different than the way Cézanne painted. I think he would have probably painted this thing, you know, not with a super small, like, you know, a brush probably about the size of his pinky finger for most of this, and just built the whole painting up little brush strokes at a time. Like I don't, well, he might have done the background like I've done it. It's hard to tell. I do though, like especially this guy's, the guy on the right's clothes, I don't think he would have painted it like I did for sure. I don't know. You know, that's this long-standing thing. I've always feel very conflicted because sometimes like let's try to paint it exactly like how the artist painted it. But often that can mean taking more time, because not, artists kind of want to go, I think most artists, besides maybe someone like Yayoi Kasuma, want to kind of do as many paintings as quickly as possible so that they can sell them and make money and pay for food and places to live. But it's not always possible because, Cézanne's figuring this out for the first time while he's working on it. So it's very hard to just, he doesn't have the benefit of seeing the final version like we do and then trying to complete the painting that way. So, of course, his approach is going to be a little bit different than mine, right? Okay. I've been touching the canvas a lot with my fingers. My fingers are all dirty. And then the little bits keep coming off my fingers and getting on the canvas, which kind of drives me crazy. So let's move on to another step here. We're going to go back to the background. Now that the painting is well on its way, we've got the background started and the foreground started, I want to go back to the background, and I want to maybe get as close to finishing the background as I can, so that the remainder of today's episode I'm focusing on the two figures in the foreground. So I think really mostly what I'm going to be doing is just darkening things, breaking out the black, or maybe not actual black, but the black I mix, because it's going to be a little bit lighter on the grayer side, and just start to kind of shape those areas in, because it's going to make those figures pop the darker the background is. So let's take a look at the original. Let's take a look at mine next to it, or at least where it's at in the stage. And how dark do we want to get? I mean, it's pretty dark back here. I mean, that's basically black, right? Okay, let's put black down here. So there's definitely going to be some areas that just almost go totally black. I just want to see, is there any other little variations of color? Purples or greens or anything else I'm going to be looking out for. Don't really see it. Now, I could just go wild, just take that black and start painting, but I think that would make a bit, be a little bit bold. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add glazing fluid on my palette here. So glazing fluid is basically clear paint with a chemical that slows the drying process down. And what's great about that is it can also, if I make a mistake, I've got a little bit more time to wipe it away, which is kind of a little bit, it's different than the way most people use acrylic paint. So it gives me a little bit of an opportunity to make mistakes and then to erase those mistakes. So I'm going to start here. I'm going to take some of my black, mix this in here. Now it's diluting the color, making it less opaque, more transparent. And so, one thing I always say with glazing fluid, I have to say it's the timid painter's best friend, because rather than applying one big, bold, opaque color, I can dilute that color, make it more transparent, and then sort of just make gradual changes. So in some of these areas it's going to go really, really dark. But this gives me an opportunity to, before I go there, just to mute a few things first. Now I can do this with white, I can do this with green or red or brown. Cézanne was painting with oil paint, so he wouldn't have used glazing fluid because it doesn't really exist in terms of oil paint. He would have just added more oil and or turpentine to his mix to get a more transparent color. Okay, I was gonna, you know, I'll do the figure separately. So. Okay, probably very little visible change. Oh, there's Paula in the chat. Hi, Rick, Deborah. Nice to see you all. Nice to see you too there, Paula. So anytime I use glazing fluid, what's important is after you apply that to then blow dry it so that that cures and bonds to the surface. Otherwise, if I get impatient and I start trying to paint on it, I'll just peel that layer off like a sticker, and it's super frustrating when that happens. Okay, I'm gonna do this again. Let's now take, I could just keep doing this with the same level of glazing fluid and get very, very, you know, minute changes each time, but it'll keep building up. I'm just gonna jump ahead and use a lot more black in here, so it's gonna be much darker color. Again, not opaque, as if I just used black right out of the tube, but certainly noticeably darker. And maybe I'm going to try to do a little bit less blending with my finger as well. And let those brush strokes stay there. Sidra says, hi everyone, hope you're all good. I occasionally get time to catch on the live session because of time zone difference. Today is a national holiday, so here I am from Pakistan. Awesome, that's so cool. I love that you're taking a little bit of time from your holiday to come and join us today. That's so cool. Wow, blows my mind. That's so neat. Well, hello, my friend. Welcome from the other side of the world. Oh, that's so cool. Very neat. Okay, now if we look at that, how much... Yeah, we still need to darken. So maybe this time I'm just going to go right to my darkest dark, my black. And again, it's not a pure black. It's pretty dark, but not as dark as I can ultimately go. Because I could always just use actual black from the tube, and that would be much darker. So you can see, even when I paint over the white with my black, a little bit of that stays through. It's kind of pops through, and so I like that. back with a little bit of that glazing fluid, black glazing fluid there. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that there are some really bright lights on this pointing on the canvas right now, so while it does look like I need to darken a lot more, I have to be careful because then it can get pitch black, right? So in person, I think I'm approaching the real thing there. And my goal is not even necessarily to finish that background right now. In fact, I can even see little areas like highlights. I think I might wait. I might even do some of that as finishing touches. Once I get more of this filled in. In fact, I might move on from the background in a second. Feels good for now working on the background for a little bit. So basically we've just been painting for an hour, right? And to be able to get your painting to this point in about an hour would be ideal. I know I'm going a little bit fast, but I'm also trying to demonstrate how rather than just sort of paint, focusing 45 minutes on the hat, then working on the face, and then just after an hour having maybe this little bit done, that a lot of the painting, it's not done, but it's started, right? I mean, the example would be sort of like, let's say you're making a big dinner, big feast, Thanksgiving or something. It would probably not be a good idea to, let's say, cook the turkey, and then start cooking the mashed potatoes, get that done, and then start cooking, I don't know, the pie, get that done, and then the stuffing, and that, like, then by the time everything is done, the turkey is freezing cold, and everything else is kind of, not, but you got one warm dish, and then so you generally want to have kind of everything starting, and so that they all come together all at once when dinner is served. Right, so that's a little bit kind of how I like to approach a painting, is to have it all kind of come together at the very, very end. I just saw this big blob of texture that I want to take care of. Not that I don't mind texture, but maybe not necessarily so much in this painting. So that's good. I'm gonna go back to the foreground. So we've got the background pretty well established. There's a little fine-tuning I want to do back there, but rather than spend another 45 minutes doing that, not that I don't think there's that much time, I'm going to move back to the foreground and really try to get these figures and the table, the cards, the bottle, close to being done. Then I'll go back to the background, finish the background, go back to the foreground, finish the foreground. I think I should be able to do that in just a couple more passes of background in the foreground. So let's look at the foreground again. Let's look at my version side by side and just think about where we might want to kind of really start here. I think I might do the bottle next because that's probably the thing furthest from from the front of the picture plane. So once I can get this done, then I can start working on the cards and the hands without worrying about that overlapping on there and having to fix that. So I'll probably do the bottle. Then it doesn't really matter what I do from there, but I'm just want to sort of give you an idea of my thoughts as I work through the painting. Probably do the bottle, and that's going to be like a dark green. So where else could I put green? Maybe a little bit in that hat. Maybe some green in the shirt down the pants. Because I'm always trying to think, like, once I've got a color mix, can I place it in a few places? I might put a little bit of green in here. Then we'll probably go to the dark, maybe, and then I'll paint the faces a bit and the hands, because that would be satisfying to sort of get that pretty well on its way. And then I might paint his shirt. Maybe I'll do the table before the clothes to wrap that up. I don't know, we'll see. I probably won't follow any of that order. I'm just trying to think about how I go about my time here. A small brush. Okay, so we've got this. I established a kind of a green under here, so we could put, probably the same warm blue, but this time I don't really need any white in there. So I'm gonna take my warm blue and black. So before I made a tone, which is when we add gray to a color. This time I'm just going to make a shade. So shade is just black and the color. Maybe I don't want to go too dark. Let's kind of go here. So So one thing is, you can see how, black is not as opaque as white, right? And let's clean that. So to get black to cover as well as white, we have to do multiple layers. Now, I kind of like this being a little bit more on the transparent side of things because, it's glass, so I kind of want it to be a little bit, not just a big solid black shape here, or green or blue, whatever it is. It's not a, right now, well-shaped shape. It's kind of a bit of a undefined form. So maybe what I'll do, well, what do I want to do? Do I want to shape it right now? Maybe I will. I'm going to take my actual black. I hope I notice that that's blue. It's so wild to look at the computer or the TV screen there. It's so much brighter than it is here. Like that is very hard. It just looks all dark here, and I look like, oh wow, you can really see the differences. That's okay. Now my instinct is to kind of brush that out, those little bits, those brush strokes, but Cézanne really leaves those things in, so I'm gonna try my best just to leave it there. Let's get a bit of okay, that's okay for the bottle. That's good. I mean, I don't think I'm, well, should I tinker with the top right now? Maybe. Let's do that. Let's see, do I have any? Cool. What's next? Okay. What did I say I was thinking about doing next? I think I should do the skin next, because the skin is underneath the hair and then underneath the hat and the clothes. So I'm going to tackle that next. So I mixed an orange previously. Where am I? Right there. So I'm going to make it a little bit more nuanced color here with a bit of white. Oops, it's a bit more red than I wanted. I've got the same color on my brush. Let's work on these hands. There's the Fuzzy Hebrew there. Hi, hello, my friend. Good evening. Stopping in. Good to see you. Okay. So, you know, what a common mistake I see all the time is people will paint the face, get the face all finished, and then move on to the hand. Uh-oh, might have a, hopefully, looks like I'm having a bit of trouble with the internet all of a sudden. You let me know if it's not working. This hasn't happened in a long time, but that's the way the universe is, right? Once things are working really well for a period of time, the universe is like, that's enough of that. Let's make things difficult again. I'm even going to bring this, I know it's not the same color, but I'm just going to bring it into the brim, put a little bit of it elsewhere. And hey, you know what? Let's just keep this train rolling in this direction. I'm going to take this same color . let's go back over here. Oops, that's not on camera. And notice how some of these aren't even the right colors, right? I'm not even concerned about that at this stage. I'm just starting to kind of refine things down. Like not even thinking about color, just more about value. It's the level of darkness. Or highlights, you know. Green on my brush here, but I kind of like that. So I'm going to take a bit of more red in here. Oops, where's that? More red and make a bit more of a pinkish color. And paint with that. Well, look who it is. There's Sandra in the chat. Hi friends, long time no see. I've been busy with a baby. Paula, guess what I named him? Ace? Oh, that is so cool. Oh, congratulations. Yeah, it's been a long time. That time is going to fly by. I'm sure it already has, because when was your boy born? It was maybe in November, October. you'll probably say a year ago. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that's crazy. That's the way it is with kids. It's the craziest thing too. Like I look at, my family, we use this app called Tiny Beans to take pictures. It's like kind of like a private Facebook for kids. And so we take pictures and post it to Tiny Beans so the grandparents can see what she's been up to. And it also gives you sort of like, you know, weekly flashbacks. I don't know if it's this. You tell me if anybody who's ever had a kid before. But I swear, there's times where I look at our daughter and she I'm like, she doesn't even look familiar. Like that, I don't even recognize that child. Really? That's what she looked like? And not in a bad way, but just like, oh. I don't know. It's a weird existential kind of thing to see older photos of your child and be like, I don't quite recognize her in that picture. Okay, Sanders says he was born in November, so he's 3 months old. Okay. Good. At least it's not like that long ago. Yeah, you're right in it. 3 months. Woo! Those first 3 months, pretty exciting stuff. You probably haven't had a full night's sleep in a while. That's what's wild, is those nights where or days where you're kind of just semi-delirious. That's cool. Little Ace. Got such a talented mom. That'll be so cool when it's a little bit older and sees some of the pretty amazing things you've done. All those big murals and things. It's pretty cool. Sanders says, I honestly can't wait to have time to paint again. The first thing I will do is your famous color wheel to warm up again. For now, I'll paint vicariously through you. That's very sweet. I notice, like, the in-person classes that I teach here in Vancouver, there's often a lot of newish moms who it's like their one opportunity a week to sneak away from the house and do something a little bit creative. And so I'll often say, like, in the same way, I love my daughter, but sometimes, you gotta take some me time and gotta take care of yourself. Now, there is a lot of similar colors in the table to the skin, but I'm kind of deliberately painting them separately. I mean, I could use this, but in order to help make sure that the table doesn't look like, you know, too fleshy, I'm going to mix those colors separately so that and you know what, I'm also going to paint a chair back here. How did he paint? Is there a chair? We never see this guy's chair, but we don't. We can't really see any of this because it's the actual painting crops it off. Yeah, but I've got this extra little space here that kind of right now is being unused. So I'm gonna kind of paint in that chair. Obviously it's going to get darker, but okay. Next up, let's take more. I'm going to take some warm red. Maybe allow a little bit of white and yellow to mix in here, but keep it pretty strong. I think after this, I'm going to go to my lighter colors, or sorry, my darker colors, and start to kind of shade a bunch of this. So I'm going to go back to my, previously I mixed, when I was painting the bottle, this warm blue with some black into it. It's kind of dying out here, so I'm going to mix a bit more of this in there. Oops, not on camera, there we are. I'm also going to add some glazing fluid. Come on. It's going to make it a little bit more transparent. So instead of adding white to it to lighten it, I'm just going to make it more transparent so the previous layer comes through a bit more. So right now this is a little bit more opaque than I expected. I found that out pretty quick and I put that eyebrow down. So I'm just gonna apply this, because it's just freshly mixed, so that color is still on my brush, and then as I diluted it, it slowly kind of started to go away. But so you can see as that color loses its strength, its opacity, I can do more with it. So I'm using the same blue that I've just been using the face, just the diluted version of it to add some, to darken the hat here. We'll do the clothing in a little bit, but let's move down to the hands. So this is the kind of stuff that might make this kind of painting a little bit too difficult for a beginner painter, right? There's a lot of little detail going on here. It's hard to use the brush to do this kind of stuff if you've never done it before. So while, you know, like the first half, you know, of this painting was going really fast, blocking in those big areas of color. It's obviously slowed down as I'm getting into these little details, and being able to do this kind of detail just takes some experience and some time. Not perfect and not done either. There's Barbara in the chat. Hi, Michael. How's it going? It's 4 a.m. Then what are you doing awake at this time of night or morning? My goodness. That's my daughter woke up at 4 in the morning. Came into my room, turned on all the lights, climbed all over me, wanted to get up and play. I'm like, no, it's 4 in the morning and you're supposed to go to school today. So I turned off the lights. Thought maybe we could cuddle and go back to sleep. She's like, no, left the room. I just went back to bed, and she eventually went back to sleep, but did not, when I tried to wake her up for school, was not having it. I think I was able to go back to sleep. You know, it's one of those things, somebody like, I don't know if I slept or I don't know what happened there. Kind of in and out of realities. There's Lisa in the chat. Looking good, Michael. Thanks, Lisa. Hope you're doing well, too. Oh, Barbara said, the cat decided to try to smother me in my sleep. My face is the warmest place. Yes. Those cats just love crawling up. Getting right in your face in the middle of the night. Okay. Let's zoom out just so we can see where we're at progress-wise. That's a good time just to clean the brush. Because that paint will start to dry up on the brush. Oh, Brian says it's really amazing. Oh, that's very sweet of you. Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. Still a little ways to go. We're getting there. Often, once you start putting the faces in, it's like, oh, it starts to come together, and that's why I often will leave the faces and hands, eyes, things like that towards the end, so that because then often from this point on, people are like, oh, I don't know, I checked back an hour ago, and I don't really know, or I was watching an hour ago, went and had dinner, or I come back and I don't really, what has he done? So. But, you know, I think if you're a beginner painter, there's two different ways to think about this. One would be to do the faces early. Then once you feel like, okay, it's there, I feel confident, I can feel good about this. I really want to tackle the rest and hope it all comes together. Because sometimes there's that fear of like, what if I spend all this time on everything else? I get to the faces and they don't look good, and then I feel like, I've just wasted, you know, why did I spend the other 30 hours on the rest of it or something like that? I get that. Another way of thinking about it too, though, would be like, I can work on everything else and really kind of get warmed up, practice on lots of other areas, and then when I'm full of confidence, then I can bring all of that to painting the faces near the very end, because I'll have learned so much along the way. You know, it's two different kinds of ways of thinking about that. In terms of the way that I think about things, I mean, I'm lucky enough to have had enough experience where I don't have that same level of fear of wasting my time and not being able to pull off the faces. I lean a little bit more to getting the more of it done and then doing the faces later. Again, not just for entertainment purposes on a live stream, but one thing that can happen, and I just think about my own mentality, is sometimes I can be a bit impatient, and sometimes I feel like, well, now I got the faces in, I could just be really sloppy here because I'm almost done. When, you know, I might have a couple more hours to go on the rest of the clothing, but if I feel like, most important thing's done with, it's just a matter of just filling in the color, I can get kind of sloppy. So almost me painting faces towards the end of a painting can be a little bit more of that self-awareness of knowing like, okay, I'm going to save the faces till later so that I don't approach the rest of the painting in a very sloppy way. That like, okay, well, I have to build up to that so that I don't just do the rest of the painting afterwards as an afterthought. Anyway, just trying to articulate why I do what I do when I'm doing it. And even, you know, just as I'm saying those things out loud, it's in many ways it's like stuff I haven't really thought of before, but that I just sort of do kind of intuitively based on years of experience. Anyway, take it for what you will, if that's at all helpful in any way or not. I think I will move away from the hands and faces for a while, I would say 90% done. So what should I do now? I think it would be a good idea to probably do the table next, because that's a major feature which I haven't touched at all. Everything else has really been filled in. I mean, I did put this, you know, orange in there, but okay. Brian says, I've always felt that perfection mentality at times when practicing drawing exercises with 3D shapes, shading, perspective, and poses. But then I remember to be confident of my own skills and improve. Great attitude to have. An example I've sometimes given is learning to I was gonna say typewriter, to type. I learned to type on a typewriter. That's how old I am. But I remember when I was learning how to use the typewriter and early computers, I remember, you know, they would put a piece of, you know, you're at first you're looking at the keys as you like A, B, C, D, or wherever those keys are. And you're really and then you might have the sheet you're looking at, and it's like, it's really hard. But then they would, you know, let's say they had this like piece of cardboard or something they put over your hands, and I would just sort of try to trust that I would be able to do it. And, you know, at first I may be 70% wrong and I'm pressing the wrong keys, but, you know, getting 30% right, you know, without really looking at my fingers. And then, you know, I would just sort of push myself. Let's see how I can do it. And then I go, I got 50% right. Okay, wow, that's okay. Keep on doing it. And you're like, let's just go even faster. Let's just see if I can do it. And gradually it'd be kind of amazing. Like, wow, I got like 85, 90, almost 100% right just by sort of trusting that I can do it. And you can only get to that place by placing more and more trust in yourself. And yes, sometimes you get you know, there's quite a lot of disappointment along the way, and you're like, why did I trust myself when look how I've only got 30% of it right? But I think focusing on, wow, that's kind of impressive that I got 30% right, as opposed to like, oh, man, I got 70% wrong. What a fool. Right? I think just focusing on the progress rather than on the disparity, I think, is always very positive. So I love that. Be confident in your skills, and you will improve. Thanks for sharing that, Brian. I appreciate that. I'm thinking about... you know what? I'll do the table. Well, you know what? I'm going to break this into another chapter here. Things are going along well. We're making progress. Next thing I want to do now is I'm going to paint the table and then the clothes, because previously I got the face and the faces, hands, and bottles started well on their way. So let's work on the table next, since I haven't really spent much time there at all. So let's zoom in. Maybe not that far. There we go. Let's do the same thing here. So, as I said, I deliberately painted this, even though they share many of the same colors as the hands. I think in this I see very little white applied, mostly because you can see there's white in the hands, which gives it that bit of a pastel kind of quality. I don't really see white in here much at all. There is maybe a little bit in this center area. So maybe I'll start with that so that I can build around there. Okay. Don't really see any more white, so that's a good start. Now do I want to? I'm going to use another brush I have that's been. It's a pointier brush, but it's the same brush I had before, but it's been used very thoroughly. So I'm just going to take it. Because I can be pretty rough with it to fill in big areas very quickly. This is close to, this is my warm red, just basically right out of the tube. I'm going to put this here. I might glaze over it a little bit later and darken it, so it's not quite so saturated of a color. Because that is very, very bright right now. Let's turn this into a bit of a brown. So I'm going to take my warm red, warm yellow, mix those together. Actually, you know what? I'm going to stick with this for just a little bit here. Maybe a bit more yellow. I got a little bit of blue on there. I guess my paintbrush wanted me to do a bit more of a brown, so let's just go there. That's the happy accident, right? That's just listening to the brush, listening to the paint tell me what it wants. Barbara says, great advice, Michael. I learned to type on a manual typewriter. That's how old I am. Yes. When I was a kid, typewriters were being phased out. But I remember, you know, learning how to type on a typewriter. That's... so, hey, it did the job. I'm sure probably most people watching right now don't even know what a typewriter is. I've only seen it in period movies of the Godfather or something. I even have a typewriter here, a beautiful old typewriter that I bought. One of the only things that I where did I buy that? Oh, I bought that at a... actually owned at one point 2 typewriters. I bought it, I think, at a flea market at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. I don't know if they... I mean, it's probably not... They probably don't have flea market there right now because of the fires. But it was a pretty famous or very popular flea market there. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of vendors, all as far as the eye could see. The Rose Bowl is one of the largest sporting venues in the world. I think probably, I don't know, maybe 100,000 or more people can fit in that stadium. Okay, so I was using an older round brush to do the table. Now I'm going to go back and use a smaller, or the same size brush, but not as frayed and beaten up. I'm going to mix actually a bit more paint here. So I'm just making a few mixtures that I can dip in and out of for this next part here. Now I might be going a little bit heavy-handed with leaving these brush strokes on the canvas like this. A little bit more of like a Van Gogh-ish kind of quality. But I don't mind that. I mean, I can see them there, right? And this is a large painting, right? This whole is like a meter wide, which is, I don't know, how big in feet is a meter? That's like 4 meters, I think. 3.5 feet is a meter, around there, I think. In the vicinity anyway. So these brushstrokes are kind of there. If you look at these paintings up close, you'd probably see them. But in this version, or at this size, probably not so much, but so so I don't feel bad about allowing them to be kind of appear at least to be bolder, bigger, louder than they are. So now I've started taking that brown that was kind of halfway between, and I'm moving further into my blues. Right, this is the same. This is basically just my ultramarine warm blue plus black. It's the same color I used to paint the bottle. Now there originally was some glazing fluid in here. It's probably mostly dried off by this point, but it's an old friend calling I haven't talked to in months. That's cool. But we will chat after. One of those friends that is like almost never answers the phone when you call. Everything's always on his schedule. I'm sure we all have a friend or two like that. I'm sure when I'm done here, I'll call him back and he won't answer. So I had just somehow managed to make that table level, and then I realized, oh, it needs to be more crooked. So here I am quote-unquote fixing the table. So right now this table does feel like, whoa, I might have gone a little bit too far into these very aggressive, bold kind of brush strokes like that. But I think that's because the rest of it doesn't really have those brush strokes yet. But as I build this up, it'll kind of get closer to what I've done here with the table. At least that's the hope, right? I also don't think I'm totally done there, but I think good enough to be able to move on to other areas of the painting. So let's just zoom out for a bit here. Fire back a little text there. Okay, table, most 80% done, I think. I think I want to nuance that. That'll come back later on. So, but let's, you know what? I'm gonna blow dry this because I want to paint the guy on the left, and there's some thick paint here, so I'll do that next. So, where should we begin? What should we do next? should I? Let's go back to that dark color. I'm gonna use this. In fact, I gotta mix a bit more paint first. So I'm gonna take my ultramarine blue once more. Some black. I think I need more blue. Okay, so that feels good. I just laid in some using just the excess paint, but instead of wiping it off, I just want to kind of quickly get some of those larger shapes in. And then there's a friend of mine whose music you're listening to right now. Okay. So now I'm going to take that color. Maybe let's zoom. Oops. should we start here? Maybe I'm gonna go up to the collar. So I'll shade, or I'm going to use a color that's in between here in a moment, but just want to build all of these major darker shapes in. First. Interesting, I see some little lines here. Someone in the neighborhood's making lots of coffee. Oh my goodness, it smells good. And I don't even drink coffee, but I'm like, whoa, that is... And I have a very sensitive sense of smell. So sometimes I think, like, am I in the midst of a stroke or something right now? I can, because then I was like, now I smell like a grapefruit smell. I don't know what all these smells are coming from. so now let's put some glazing fluid here. So we can get some of these in-between values. Now, it looks like I just added white, but that's just the paint. It'll dry totally clear, the glazing fluid, the matte glazing fluid. Wow, what is going on that right up here? I'm kind of, that's strange. Not sure how I'm gonna approach that. Okay, those brushstrokes are pretty bold. It's definitely more, how would you say? More defined. Okay, I should probably leave that for a little bit here. Let that dry. I probably have to blow dry it too, just because it's how kind of big those brush strokes are. Actually, no, maybe just before I move on, I'm going to take a little bit of white, mix that, let's oops into the color here. There's my good friend Sam in the chat. You're listening to his music right now. Let me know, Sam, is this, and then I share your music. Where is my good goodness, my eyes are all crossed all of a sudden. I cannot... where's... Oh, there we are. Here's what we're listening to right... Oh, sorry. There's what we're listening to right there, right now, folks. Well, this is not that album. As I think I've said before, it's probably something off of that record, maybe, Sam? Anyway, if you're listening right now, you should drop a couple dollars, support Sam Davidson, awesome musician, and great friend. Great to see you, Sam. Bring that guy back. Oh yeah, so I just mixed up a little bit of a lighter color. Oh, it doesn't seem that light after all. Yay, Sam's making some more new music for the background. Awesome. Sammy's got a 256-minute track that he has to tighten up. Okay, that's that'll be good, because currently the one right now is 60 minutes, so it loops like 5 or 6 times an episode. That'll be pretty wild to have one that runs that long. Very exciting. Thanks, Sam. I love watching you make music, brother. Very cool. What would this world be without great friends like you, Sam? You have to let me know how the audio sounds, Sam. You helped me set up the audio in the previous studio, so I think it's okay, but you know, you're the sound magician. There's no lav mic anymore. I just have the microphone that I got at your recommendation. It seems to be working okay. Okay, I'm going to take a bit of red, bring that in here. Okay, well, let me just, before I was about to move on, but let just, well, I got some of these colors here. I'm going to go up to the hat. See if I can. Thanks, Kathy. Kathy says, "Hey, Sandra, you're probably not on here anymore, though. Babies are kind of demanding. Hope to see your stuff again soon, even a color wheel. This is looking really good. Love the blue jacket." Yeah, I feel like that's turning out. It definitely helps balance now that that's in, or at least mostly in. The table here doesn't feel so like, oh, that's kind of weird. It's kind of like, okay, yeah, now it's kind of working with the rest of the painting. So that's pretty satisfying. I think I'm gonna do another title card for this other jacket here, just to make it easier to see when we jump from. So that was 3, 4. So we've got the figure on the left. His jacket is, I'd say, 90% there. Let's now move over to the other side of the table and take a look at the other card player here in that kind of white jacket. And then, you know, I would say we're about 70% done the painting right now. There's even after finishing this jacket or doing the next what I want to do here, I think there'll still be about another 15% ready to go. So there's that. In fact, maybe I'm just going to move that down. Okay. So actually, on camera, that looks kind of close. I don't think it's as well. There is a lot of purple in there, and now the more and more I look at it, the more I'm like, ah, a lot of that's there actually. I'm going to continue with some of these darker areas. In fact, maybe, you know, I'm going to start with my dark lines, and then I'm going to build back to some of the lighter values. Ooh. Okay. Now I'm going to take my glazing fluid, so a diluted version of the same color. Hoping I don't have to do too many, because I'm gonna go back in here with a little bit of light color. I hope I don't have to do too much, redo much of what I'm doing here. So I'm going to take some white and I'm going to glaze with a little bit of white now. So I'm going to take my white here, bring that into the glazing fluid. Because I don't want to just paint with pure white. It's just going to be way too light and just pop off the page too much. So I'm using a lighter or glazing fluid just to dilute that a bit. So I mean, that seems like, wow, that's pretty bright. But just this is white paint that's been diluted with, I mean, it's maybe 60-70% glazing fluid. So if it appears white right now, first of all, it's going to get a little more transparent as it dries, and so fade a bit. But just imagine if I put 100% white on here, it would be really, really bright. Okay, let's take a tiny bit of ultramarine blue, give it a bit more of a baby blue kind of quality. Just kind of blend this out a little bit, soften some of that texture. Vonic says, "Hey Michael, I've been doing your beginner class. It's helped a lot. I don't ever get bored, which is surprising for me." That's cool. Oh, and there's Carrie says, joining from Ontario. Hey Carrie. Awesome. I'm glad there's a couple new faces and names there in the chat. That's very cool. Wow, I'm glad. Yeah, it's definitely the thing with some of those longer, or well, like this video. What are we at? Almost 5 hours now. I certainly don't expect anybody to watch the whole thing. I'm certainly appreciative when people do, but it's kind of demanding to do so, for sure. feel like I'm starting to fiddle around in there. Let's I'm gonna go back up to the hats. Let's get I think I got some brown. Oh, I got a little bit of brown that still hasn't dried up yet. Perfect. I'm just gonna take some glazing fluid, put a bit of that there. Ludovico says hi. Hello. Wanix says, quick question for you. How long have you been doing art? Well, I have been drawing and things since longer than I can remember. But doing it professionally for about 20 years. 20 years probably. I've been teaching for about 20 years as well. It's a bit of a process. I'm a work in progress, I think, as we all are. I think I'm still learning, which is what I'm doing here. I mean, I'm teaching, but I think as most teachers would admit, that one's always learning. It's never too late to start, though. That's always an important thing to remember. Okay. So, pretty close here. Actually, maybe before I do that, I'm gonna blow dry this. Okay, we are nearing the end of the painting. So what I want to do now is just little finishing touches. And it's probably just going to mean going in with some of my dark black and maybe just tightening up a few little things here and there, a little bit in the background, but for all intents and purposes, we're very close to being done. So, once again, we'll look at the original. And so, where are some areas? Okay, I'm going to go back into the background. So I'm going to take my black paint, which I used right near the beginning 4 hours ago. You see it's still wet. I'm going to add a little bit of glazing fluid to make it a little bit easier to do some finer details and lines. It's going to be slightly more transparent, but if I incorporate it into some more paint, it should be mostly opaque. Okay. Actually, you know what? So I'm just cleaning up some of these lines, which were kind of sloppy earlier on. Generally, I would have done this earlier on in the process than now, but with the way that Cézanne paints, there's kind of a bit of a flatness to the image, which of course is also one of those things that that Braque and Picasso really picked up on. Brian says, I love the adding of details. Me too. It's definitely one of my favorite parts because it really kind of feels like everything starts to really snap into focus, and areas that might have felt a little bit sloppy, kind of start to pull together. And I think that's also important to understand if you're kind of new to making art, is that, you know, I think often people want the painting to look great at every stage of the process. And they get frustrated. I mean, this happens every single time when I'm teaching people. I can hear, it doesn't look great. It's like, well, but it's not finished, right? So why would it? Like, you know, you still got a ways to go. Just like, you know, if you were to take a pie out of the oven an hour before it's finished and take a bite and be like, it doesn't taste any good. I'm like, well, okay, well, what you were expecting it was going to taste great uncooked? Like, you know, does that seem unreasonable? And yet people have, so that might sound crazy, but it's surprising how when people are making paintings, they expect something totally different, that it's going to look resolved at an earlier stage. So Brian says, out of curiosity, are there any drawing topics that you will cover that haven't been covered in your last drawing classes? Yeah, there's been a bunch of special requests, like people wanting to know about, I have a list, I can't remember them all off the top of my head, but things like shadows, that's one that's come up a few times. More things on perspective, I think, was another one that's come up. What are the other ones? I mean, you're certainly welcome to suggest some things if you got some ideas. People have wanted me to do more of those episodes for years now, but I really wanted to kind of get the painting part of the channel well established. But now that it's also established, I feel like I can go back and add to the drawing stuff. I don't know if it's going to be very visible on camera, but I think this line here, which is part of this horizontal beam that's going across, wasn't very well defined back here. In fact, it was a little bit too small. So what I did is I just put a darker line with some texture there, so that that's going to catch a little bit of light, and it will look consistent with the line stretching as it reappears on the other side of this guy. Brian says, maybe some rotation on objects and shapes, more on human poses, animal poses, and color blending as well. Maybe listing a few off the top of my head. Those are great suggestions, yeah. Animal poses. That's interesting. I didn't really, I kind of show how to basically use some techniques to draw any animal, but I didn't really, talk about, specific animals and how to draw them, and that's interesting. I don't. To think about animal poses, because there's so many different animals. It would have to be like the whole class on like rabbits, giraffes or something. Were there particular animals you're interested in, Brian? Brian says, I will finish hopefully your first set of drawing classes. I love them. I believe since it's 1 a.m. I will get to do episode 8. Hey, and there's Shubham there. Awesome. Long time no here as well. Lots of people popping in for the first time in a while. It's probably because I'm on here a little bit later, so people on the other side of the world are waking up. See me here toiling away, and like, oh, that guy. I wonder what he's up to. Brian says episodes on dogs, cats, maybe birds. Adam says It's a very difficult job. Yes. I mean, depending on what job we're talking about. Maybe this painting? Is that what we're talking about? Brian says, funny enough, I've drawn my cat for a project from the Simple Shapes episode. I was thinking maybe uploading it as well as the two drawings of the two rooms I've done in perspective. Yes, absolutely. I'd love to see how those turned out for sure. Great idea. Okay, I'm starting to feel like I'm just pushing paint around here, which usually means I'm pretty close to wrapping up. You know, once you're kind of like, I don't know, I feel like it's like, I don't know if it's going to get any better. That's usually a sign that it's done. So right here, Cézanne's using basically just this white right at the end to create these, like, to really draw our attention towards a few things. Like the playing cards. Okay, I am... I think running out of places to put paint. Oops. I like that little bit of green back on that bottle. I know it's different than the original, but I feel like that actually does a lot of good work. Oh, that reminds me. I was thinking about putting some green elsewhere. Okay, I'm going to take my warm blue and warm yellow. Make a green. Some glazing fluid in here. Because I see that in a few places, primarily just kind of down here. That's a little bit more saturated or visible than I was anticipating, but that's okay. And I want to bring that green elsewhere. I'm going to put it a bit in his hat here. Oh, I was going to do a little bit of black back in and around the hands. That's right. Brian says, very curious and excited for your inputs on notes on how to improve my drawings. Awesome. Yeah, I'm excited to see what you've been up to as well. Yeah, cool. I'm glad that you're going to upload those. Um, there's these little bits of white. It almost looks like they're from a painting that stuck to the surface or something. I'm gonna put in these little dabs. Ah, I think it's time to move on. So now yeah, okay, I think that's good. So we have arrived to the end of today's episode. I feel like I could continue painting on this for another hour and seeing more and more and more little details here, but I'm pretty happy with the way it turned out. And I think especially as the original fades and I'm left with my version, I'll be more and more happy with it. It's always one of those things that's hard to compare your work to the original, and all I see are just the flaws. And so that's why this has to exist on its own and become its own thing, right? So let's do our side-by-side comparison. Just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. It doesn't cost you a penny and makes a massive difference for this channel and for me personally. So I would love if you did that. But if you are able to and you feel like you want to support the channel with the, let's say, the price of a cup of coffee, $2, $3, $5, $10, that would be awesome. That helps pay for the internet, it pays for the cameras, and when every few years things start breaking down and they got to be replaced. So thank you to those people who have supported the channel continuously over the years. If you hit that QR code, it'll take you to the PayPal page where you can safely donate to support the channel. Other ways you could donate would be send an e-transfer or a check in the mail. You can contact me through my email. It's on my website and the Facebook group. Speaking of the Facebook group, I encourage you to join that next week at this same time. We're going to be doing our next free bonus feedback episode where I take a look at everything that's on the Facebook and give people free advice on how to improve them, whether it's, let's say, a painting based on Cézanne's card players, like I've just finished today, another painting you've done outside of class, or even the drawings. Maybe you're still, or you've started the drawing course and you want some feedback on how to improve your drawings. I did that course almost 5 years ago, and it's got like millions of people have tuned into that. So I still want to help people improve their drawings. So that's what the Facebook page looks like. So let's check out these two paintings side by side. On the left, there's the original by the great master Paul Cézanne, and on the right is my version. Now, there is quite a lot of glare coming off this painting that makes it look much brighter at the top there, but I assure you that's pretty dark up here. So, yeah, I'm pretty pleased. Again, I've accentuated the kind of brush strokes, and it does have a bit more of a Van Gogh-ish vibe to it than the original. But those marks are there. It's just that this painting is about 4 feet wide by about 3 feet tall. This here is 9 by 12 inches. So it's less than a third of the size of the original. Maybe about a quarter of the size of the original. So you can't, it's harder to see those marks, but they're pretty close to being there. He didn't have, I mean, I might have been a little heavy-handed, but if you look closely, you can see those details. So I'm happy overall. So let's zoom in and just start kind of looking around. Where should we start? Maybe let's zoom in even more. So, there's our bottom left corner of the painting, and we see the card player's jacket. You know, again, that mark making not quite so, but you see a little bits of it on his sleeve. I've really exaggerated that, you know, but there is those brush strokes are there, just not as pronounced as mine. On the other hand, I do like how it looks. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's just scoot over and look at this part of the painting, the legs. That could probably have been a bit darker under here. Again, what's odd is on camera, that looks pretty orangey. But for instance, this area right here is bright red right out of the tube, and yet it looks kind of orangey. Right, even this is my warm red. You can see on camera, kind of looks orangey. But so I gotta fix the colors on this camera, because I think I've pretty much nailed these colors, but they're not. It's not coming quite across on camera, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I think in this, now when this is all zoomed in, you can see how those brush strokes are very much more visible here. And so I've tried to kind of capture that in the painting. Brian says amazing work. Thanks, Brian. So another thing too is that the original painting kind of ends right where my hand is covering it. So I had a little extra space. So you'll notice I added the chair, or the back of the chair, which I think is just hinted at in the original, but I've made that more explicit. Same thing with this pocket. I think probably the bottom of this painting is kind of right around there. So I've added that extra little bit of detail. They both have big pockets in my painting. Maybe it's because they're hiding cards in there. I wonder what's going on with these card players. Oops. Alright, so you see that. I mean, it's just barely hinted at, right? It's just this little sliver of... You know, it's so interesting too. Like I'm looking at the camera, and this looks very blue, like an ultramarine blue, but in person, this is a very purple. I think I've got the color pretty much bang on in person, which, you know, again, you have to take my word for it, but that's okay. Maybe it gives you permission for yours to be a little bit different too. Let's go up top here. Boy, his face looks very orange, but I don't think it's that at all. Okay, I feel good about that. So, where should we go? Let's go top left here. I suppose that could have been darker, but I kind of like that being a little bit lighter, so it's just your eye might drift up to that corner because there's nothing really there, and it's a lot of extra space. Again, the original is, you know, right there, so you've got this extra little bit of space, or I do. So I need, if I felt like in the original it would be okay if this gets darker, but here I need to, there's a lot of that empty space, so I wanted to fill it up with something. Okay, let's look at this player first. You know, I suppose I could have darkened in his chest a little bit more. I think the colors on the hat are close, not quite right, but I also don't mind it being as it is. I did go back with a little bit of lighter colors and just make that brim a little bit brighter than his. It's almost, mine is a little bit, well, actually about the same. I was gonna say it's harder to see his face in mine, but they're about the same. I feel like I could put even more white on that pipe to bring more attention to it. Let's look at the other player here now. Interesting. So in the original, he just seems kind of maybe a little bit, he just seems kind of passively sitting there. In mine, the way I've painted that eye, just that extra little bit longer of a brush stroke here, this here, makes it look like his eye is kind of wide open and he's looking at his cards like, oh my goodness, I'm screwed. So it's interesting, just that little change in size of that one little brush stroke kind of changes a bit of the energy, the drama in the painting. We talked earlier when I was talking about the painting about how this painting has been called like a living still life, in that everything is kind of very still and it lacks drama, and yet in mine that little brushstroke kind of maybe infuses it with a bit of drama that's not there in the original. And let's just look at the bottle and the hands in the center here. So, you know, once again, there's a pretty strong glare coming across there. That once that's gone, it won't be so distracting. Now, I deliberately put this texture here because I had a strong black line that was technically on the but it was not conforming to where I ultimately wanted the bottle to be, so I tried putting a little bit more texture there to counteract that line. I don't know if I like that. That line has persisted somehow, and now I've got those other that I don't know. I think I can live with that. I think it's going to look a little strange. It's really catch people's attention. I am so tempted just to scrape it off and create a big problem for myself, but I'll let my daughter do that. She would love to do that, pick at things like this. Okay, and you know, I am also happy that I went back and added a little bit of green and ultramarine blue back onto that bottle. It makes it a little bit more visible, gives it that bottle a bit of a slight, I don't want to say glow, but it's just more apparent that it's glass. Okay. There's Morale there in the chat. Hi, Morale. Okay, I think that's good enough for another day's work. Oof. I can't wait to take my shoes off and relax. Maybe take a hot bath. Okay, everyone, thanks so much for watching tonight, for keeping me company, for painting along. I'm very blessed to be part of such a wonderful community of artists. And again, as I always say, the more and more people who are making art, the more it spreads. It inspires other people to perhaps follow their own dreams and do things that they've always wanted to do as well. So you're not only benefiting yourself by making art, but encouraging other people to pursue their own creative interests. And if everyone was doing something creative, I think we'd live in a much more peaceful and certainly more beautiful world. See you guys next week. Can't wait for our free bonus episode. We'll see you then. Have a great night or morning, wherever you happen to be on our beautiful planet. Until then, my friends, good night.